Good evening, everybody. Hi. How are we today? How are we this evening, this afternoon, this morning? Whew. Oh, I'm so excited for today. I am so excited. Just adjusting my headset and my audio a bit, because this incredible OST is very loud in my ears. Welcome in. Congratulations, Nina, on claiming first and for redeeming your daily pass. Thank you very much. Oh, goodness. Oh, here we are. Wow, wow, wow. 7 months of streaming, huh? How crazy is that? I am shocked. I mean, this stream was due yesterday, but I was feeling unwell. But I am back to normal today, so I am looking forward to getting started with a series I love very much. Oh, to think going back to April when I first debuted with this model. Oh my goodness, what a long time ago. How you doing, Ren? I'm doing good, thank you, Nina. How you doing? Having a good day, I do hope. Oh, I'm so excited. Honestly, I've made tier lists before of my favorite games. Oh, this is up there. This is up there. I love Ace Attorney A. B, I love the Great Ace Attorney a lot. It's just incredible. Oh, I can't wait. I've been resting my voice ready for all of the characters, because I don't remember how much voice acting there is, and I don't think there's a lot, so... It's been 4 years, so I'm expecting to forget things, but that's awesome, because that means I'll get to experience them for the first time again. Oh, goodness me. Oh my gosh, you got the little... existing lol? Oh. I see. Oh, man. Just getting on with our days. Oh, goodness. It's been 6 months already? Sheesh, I know, right? It's crazy. Also, nice to see you've got the Legends ZA sub badge. That's very cool. I did not get any of those because I was not on Twitch. I was avoiding spoilers. So I missed all of those, but oh well. C'est la vie. But honestly, I can't believe it. I mean, I know I've had a bit of time off as of late, but to think all the way back to late March and then April 3rd when I debuted. Well, it's now November 4th. Oh my gosh, it's been a long time. But I shall stall no longer. I shall get ready. I say stall. Introduce no longer. I shall get ready straight for the game. My boy Totodile, same. I chose Totodile for my playthrough. I was very, very excited. Oh, I had a great time with Legends ZA, though I did play it off stream. How did you find it? Did you enjoy it? I almost missed it, actually. Oh no. I missed it completely because I was avoiding spoilers. Then when I completed the game, I watched a couple VODs back of people that I wanted to watch. Let's make sure that I'm not shouting into the mic. Okay, that should be better. Oh my gosh. I had my mic basically in my mouth. Oh my goodness. But, I'm ready. I have not seen this in a long time, so please sit back, relax, and enjoy the stream with me today. Today's aim for stream is to complete Case 1-1 of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures, which is the first part of the duology. What I've seen, it was good. It was very good. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I'll play it myself, to be honest. You should. If you've got a Switch, do play it. At the same time, I don't want to. Honestly, for me, I enjoyed the Legends games a lot more than the normal games, so... And I've been playing the normal games for a long time. But it was good. I'll get Violet first. Violet's a great game. Scarlet and Violet is a great game, but I do recommend playing it on Switch 2 if you can. If not, post-patch, it's meant to be a lot better. Oh. Oh yeah, the first case. Oh my goodness.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
I don't even remember why Ryunosuke has a gun in his hand. You know what? I'm completely baffled. I forgot how this game starts. Either way, Bienvenue au la Carnaval, the adventure of the Great Departure, episode 1. I love this game. How does the audio sound, Nina? Does it sound okay? I just want to make sure the audio is good. 22nd of November, 8:43 AM, Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber. 5. Oh my gosh, there's gonna be a lot of big words I have to remember how to say. Oh, it's been so long. There's 2, and now I got my OLED. Oh man, I had to sell. I sold my OLED literally the other day, to help pay for some things. But like, I don't need it now because I got the Switch 2. But I do miss it. I hate that the Switch 2 doesn't have YouTube. That really pisses me off because I used to use it when my phone would die. Oh man, it sounds okay. Perfect. Perfect. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Oh, I haven't played this game in like 4 years. Oh, it's gonna be so good. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I am a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I am this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Psst, technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. Well, that's my boy. And yet, I still know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. He's just like me, for real. Just like always. Though, I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But, obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Oh, I've missed this game. It's been 4 long years. Oh, dude. Oh, I love the Ace Attorney games in general, but as I say, this is my favorite. By far. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his 2nd year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago, but I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay here and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. I need to see if I can slow down the text. I'm running out of breath. Can I... Options? Oh my gosh. Da, 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 da. Oh, I'll just read it slower. Yeah, let's do that. Oh dear, oh dear. Whew. Little sip of my drink to get my breath back. It was straight after that's when it happened. Zogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me, but never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? The text go brr, it does. It do. I'm just gonna let the text scroll and not try and keep up the pace with it, because I'm gonna run out of breath so quickly. Oh my gosh. I'm thinking of voices in my head as well, because I'm like, how am I gonna voice this character when they come along? But I shall see. I shall see how it goes. I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Oh, this is awkward. If I may? Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Yeah, might be for the best. Yeah, I think it is. Oh goodness. It's been a long time since I played an Ace Attorney game, so I'm getting used to it all over again. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. The Sogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Hmm? As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that that permission will be revoked, and never granted again. What? Ah, as I suspected. You were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. Hmm? He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas studies. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favourable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that providing... First mistake. I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right. So, as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not... Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Ah, it would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. Long. Thanks for the long words, Mikotoba. Maybe double take on that. So, allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in his trial. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in advocating for the likes of you anyway. Ah. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. Guilty of murder in Japan in, like, 1890? 1880? Yeah, that's a death sentence. With absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. Dun dun. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. Whew. Right, let's go for that. Good. Perfect. 22nd of November, 9 AM. Supreme Court of Judicature. Judicature? Judicature? I could never pronounce that word even when I played the game. Courtroom 2. I'm gonna learn that one. So, this is a courtroom. Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms. The powers have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It will become clear in time, but for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh, it begins. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defense in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor's meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What shall I do? I'm waiting and see him. I ain't answering, I do. Kazuma is the lawyer here. I can't defend myself. I said I do be tantamount to lying. And I've been accused of murder, for goodness sake. This is no time for lies. Try to stop fidgeting, Ryunosuke. It's distracting. But if I don't say I'll defend myself now, things could end up very badly for my friend. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. That's me. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba... Yeah. Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that, really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that how you'd feel, which is exactly why I've decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognises the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Hmm? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realise you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Humph. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetuated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I'm going to say that word so many times, Rin knows how to say it by the end of this chapter. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start the very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his names more time than I cared to remember. But, wait. Ugh, I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. Was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess, your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of R1. If you ever find yourself forgotten, if you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press R1 for the court record? Alright, then there's no time to lose. This is a list of evidence you've collected. Now, try switching to people instead with R1. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press circle to go back. Kazuma Osogi, 23, second year at the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend and, despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Yuji Mikotoba, 42. Medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Taketsuchi Aochi, 51, the lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson, 47, the victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. That's him! Though, remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press triangle to present. Right now.
Yes!
Okay. Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education? Have you no honor? Ugh. I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference to me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Ooh. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So, I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this Professor of Medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously, that was... Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. University collar pin. Proof that I'm a student at the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 PM and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Victim John H. Wilson, male, British. Time of death, November 19th, shortly after 2 PM. Cause of death, single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body. Let's remember all that and present the post-mortem report. Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma? Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it? Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. Oh, that gives me flashbacks to the Halloween stream of playing the mortuary assistant. I don't want to look at corpses ever again. Oh goodness, that was a fun stream. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. Well, I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, Counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. Photograph of the victim. A photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. Oh, that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. Clearly superior to a drawing, the detail is incredible. Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Ugh, this is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. Professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly that you're the defense lawyer today and not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. If you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Oh, man. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, A regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district by now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants. An Occidental eatery 3 days ago. I've not seen that word probably since I last played this game. Understood. Hosonaga-san. You will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, aspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 PM on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over and there was only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried over to the dining table to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up the gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But... The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. All these voices in my head are mixed up. I've given like 3 of them too similar of a voice. Like the judge, I've just made a loud Kazuma. And I can't even remember what voice I gave to Mikotoba. This is gonna be fun. Ugh. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he say there? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello... Shh, no one will notice. Shh, okay, I shall. When there's like such a large cast of unvoiced characters, I'm gonna have to use this for tomorrow's stream as well. For Mega Dimension Neptunia Victory 2, that's gonna be a lot of fun. But Placing character voices? Oh, that's a fun thing. There was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Interject.
Yes!
Yes! Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Osanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? ... Oh. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. Is that in the court record? No, it's not. But I can have a look at this at least. Magnifying glass. Yumbo. Nope. That's a picture. Nothing to gain from that. That's right. Oh, I just read that. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? Become completely calm and He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something... I was going to copy him, but he's coughing a lot. Something clearly seems to have shaken him. Osanaga, please stop coughing. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. The head waiter's business card, a sketch of the restaurant's layout, is on the back. Waiter's business card. Oh! So, the court has now heard a precis of the case. I want to have a look at this in the court record. Right, kitchen, entrance. Can I not flip the card? No? Okay. Right, so... You know what the fact I love about this game is I don't remember any of it. Like, I remember, like, the peak of the story much, much later on, but, like, the early cases, I have no idea. So I'm, like, in the dark. My only guess is if he's a waiter, and he's... I don't know, so Ryunosuke thinks there's someone opposite, so in this chair here. Which means if they're here, and he stood in the kitchen... No, he'd still see. I don't know. I'm just trying to come up with ideas. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. Huh? The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Oh, I love the facial expressions in this game. Oh, man. Indeed. Prosecutor Alchi, please continue with the proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
Ugh.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. I don't even remember who the witnesses are. I faintly remember these characters. Okay.
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Army... Oh, gosh. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant ISA no, sir. Oh, I love the names. Yes, say no, sir. Yep. Yes, sir, no, sir. Great. I love it. Reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employers a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the effervescence of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Curio Kurekuta, at your service. I love these. Curio Curator. Okay, Curio Kurekuta. Great. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other tables that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be seen as an act of war, sir. It was that black-uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir.
The heck was that? This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing I said. Yeah, same! Same! I thought that! So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well? Are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. I'm gonna forget their voices so easily. I've got like 8 voices already. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black-uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Okay. I've spotted the contradiction already. Yay, thank you, Ace Attorney.
Well, so you, Sergeant No Sir, actually witnessed the vital moment? You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim? Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy.
Thank you, Lisp. Enemy.
What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone.
Is that really true, Rionosuke?
Yes. All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor.
After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat down drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down and, just as I was picking it up, bang!
Well, that's the truth. There was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. Somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was.
There is?
Rionosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses.
Cross-examine?
Do it now!
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Hand up.
What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it? How pathetic.
Huh? How did he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
The defense is exerting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant.
Gulp.
Vladimir is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, isn't it, Rionosuke? But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier says has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is to present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now, let's go, Rionosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then, it's all or nothing. Cross-examination 1, our first cross-examination of the day, of the series even. What the witnesses saw.
I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's action with my own eyes. The black-uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Yes!
I'm gonna press that.
So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was... Ah! I've had just enough about you. I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else do you see around here in black uniform, hmm? Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel! You unloaded the fireman on that... The fireman? You did not unload the fireman. You unloaded the firearm on that man from behind his back, and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me. Ah. I love that expression. What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. There's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. Oh, can I go back? Yes, I can. Right, so I want to present... Yes, the photograph of the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. And that's the music stop. That's good. That music stop mean that I'm right. Dot around the courtroom. Ads coming up in 5 minutes, everybody. The 3-minute ad break coming up to prevent pre-rolls for everybody. So if you want to, while ads are running, get yourself some food, drink, take a quick break, a snack, have a stretch, whatever you may need to do. And if you wish, let me know what ads you get. I always love hearing what ads everybody gets.
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache?
Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes! There's a clear inconsistency here. Thank you for redeeming Hydrate and Stretch, Nina. Much appreciated. I shall have a sip of this drink. And a quick stretch. Oh, stretch up. Oh, that's nice. Oh, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that a lot. Take clothes off in Firebot. Yeah, there we go. Awesome.
What nonsense! What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency. There is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
Ah, this is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Oh. Oh, is that Cosmo's theme I can hear? That's another good song in this OST. Oh, this OST is incredible. Oh, I'm just gonna listen to it quietly for a second. Oh, it's so good. I wanted to let that phase change in the song go through. Kazuma? What?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at this photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant, yes sir, no sir. Yes sir, what sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
But no, that just can't be.
And why not, cadet?
Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah, Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it?
Oh,
What the... What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it back down again.
Certainly there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa?
Yes, sir. At this conjuncture, that would appear to be indisputable.
Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What?
The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ayesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Oh, man. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Roll the credits. Roll the credits. Oh, this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Add to here, everybody. See you in 3 minutes. Oh dear.
But I definitely saw him. At University Get there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure.
Indeed, the Hoei era Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place it in my bosom pocket, a particular trinket of interest from my shop recipe.
In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you? On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered? Yeah, proffered my Hoei treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, was there no more. It simply vanished.
The Koban vanished?
Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. Bang. You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Alchi?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back.
Huh?
My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryosuke Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well, the court invites the witness to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. And with that, can I save? Oh no, it's autosave. Oh, I can. Aha! Save my game. Let's save it on 15. Because I need to take a restroom break very briefly. Welcome back from ads, everybody. I'm quickly going to take a break to the restroom. I will be back very shortly. Oh, and I have no... Wait. Aha! Enjoy audio while I'm away. Texts. What did I have? New outfit time? No, that was Halloween. BRB. Restroom break. There you go. Perfect. Back in a sec. Ah! Oh, truly the advantage of having the bathroom right next to my room. Oh, it's awesome. Okay. Back we are. Here we go. Back again, everybody. Let's continue. Awesome. Okay. Here we are. Oh. You will thoroughly explain the... Oh, I've just read that. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir.
Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido.
Ido no, sir. Oh, I don't know, sir. Great. More puns. I cannot escape the puns. In Eighth Attorney. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
Ido, tension. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy.
Oh. Witness testimony. Number 2. The true culprit.
Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we weren't the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman. Bro looks like Yoda. I was like, what is he on about? Dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
These testimonies are certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies.
Ugh.
It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is that a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel?
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Photographic print of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. Crime scene photograph. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch could be seen on the victim's table. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times. As we all know, the ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. Ugh. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Cross-examination. True culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes!
I'm just gonna press everything. No, it's not the same thing at all. But for a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Attention! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korekuta-san? Korekuta-san? ... Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at the point in time. But I've told you already, that was only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, bang! A gunshot rung in my ears. Full of evidence beyond our control, life is. He really talks like Yoda. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated the detesting predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Yes!
Maybe that's the contradiction. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 PM when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course, the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 PM is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. What a clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. November 19th, noon to past 1 PM. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Will I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? I think we should. Always best to have more evidence than not. If I may, I'd like to ask that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. Whether or not they're of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Gangsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. The future is now, old man. Oh, it's better to have a drink. I've actually run out of my drink. I might need to replace that in a minute. If I may. Oh, boy. Oh, dude. Okay. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. The victim's medical report card has been entered into the record. Medical report card, a medical report card from the Hotter Clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. What we need right now is new. Have a look at it. Can I... No. Fantastic. I can't actually have a look at it. Armed Sergeant at the Emperor of Japan was the incident 38. The owner of Rasate, who was hunting a lost Hoei golden Koban coin at the time of the incident. 7. And Satoru Hotonaga, head waiter at the European-style restaurant La Carnival. He was serving there on the day of the incident. I mean, is that the evidence? The fact that they said no one else was there and waiter was? I don't know. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korekuta-san. Korekuta-san. Okay. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Yes!
I don't know about that. You actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That's just made me think of something. This picture. I mean, is that potentially... No, there's no way that I can use that. But those line up with this picture, right? Where's her bite taken out of the steak? Why isn't it, like, cut up? And the fork and knife don't even use it. Why is the chair backwards, or am I just crazy? I don't know. Wow, it has been a long time since I played this game. No, I don't think there's anything there at the moment that actually helps me. Okay. Oh, wait. Found in the victim's pocket. No, it was his jacket pocket, so it would have been down here, so that wouldn't be relevant. The chair is backwards, or at least that's how it looks like. Yeah, I mean, that's what it looks like to me as well. Yeah, of course it is. He's facing away from the table. Why on earth would he be facing away from the... I don't know. Maybe I'm looking into that too much. That does seem strange. I'll keep that in mind. It's been 4 years since I played this game. I've generally forgotten what the solution is. No. Go back. Oh, wrong button. What, at the this picture? Or the other one? Bum 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 bum. The fork is at an angle still, right? Yep. The other one? This one. When he's facing this way, so the chair is definitely backwards. There's the wine and there's the carbonated water and the glass. Maybe we've not got the evidence yet. That's what I'm leaning on. Because there's nothing like... There's the bullet hole with the scorch marks. Otherwise, I don't see anything... No. Can't tell if the steak is touched, though. That's true. I mean, there's a big bite mark taken out of it. But at the same time, like... I don't know, these look like knife marks. Yeah, the knife and fork are complete... I mean, there's the dew. There's the dew, like, dripping off of it. So, like, you know, like when you make a steak and, like, the juice strips off? You know what I mean? So... I don't know, I think I'm maybe just doing my normal looking into it too much. Oh, wait. I was going to say, the bottle's still corked. Well, the fact that the bottle's been corked means it's been poured. Because he wouldn't... the chair is covering it. See? Yeah. You're right, you can't tell if... Yeah, because that's like a flat line, then a curved line. That's a flat line and a curved line, but we can't see this bite mark on the other side. Oh, hey. Oh. Oh. There's nothing in that glass? That is true. There isn't anything in the glass. Or, no. I think there might be. If you look, like... Do you see the line there? It's like drawn just like a circle, barely. It's difficult because it's in black and white, but... It looks like... But in the other picture there is? Oh, this is empty on this side, but it's full on the other one? I mean, yeah, that does look empty. Ah, good point. Well, I don't know if that contradicts anything so far. We'll keep it to mind. Let's see what we can do. Victim Dr. Wilson was dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So, the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one. Oh. Antique dealer, the sergeant, and waiter who testified before. Was the steak eaten later? Maybe. Maybe that's the case.
like, the picture. Well, what does it say? That was after, obviously that's post-mortem. But that's much further later because, like, he's not there. We just can't see this side of the plate because he's covering it up in this picture. Oh, that's so annoying. And that looks the same, right? Yeah. Pick where the victim is because that glass is full. Yeah. Because why is it full there but not full in the other one? Huh. Unless... No, because this chair leg curves outwards, so this is facing the table. I was going to say, unless Dr. Wilson was actually sat here, but that means they would have moved the body, and that's just, like, really... That's really beyond it. I think I'm going way too off topic there. Not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Let's press the next statement. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Did they fill the glass later or something? Maybe.
Yes!
I mean, that's what it looks like to me. Like, I'm on board with you. That's what I think. Why aren't you telling the truth?
What did you say, cadet?
I clearly remember there was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. I mean, the table was empty in that picture. Obviously, that's not evidence. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion? It's just not possible. Very suspicious. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter whose testimony the court heard earlier had stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But I... If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. Sus. This is very, very sus. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. But, well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, can we actually examine it now? That might actually be helpful. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones that you may examine. Press X and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use the right stick to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Very helpful. By using the left stick... Yeah, I mean, this is what I was hoping we could have examined, but I tried it immediately and it just wasn't allowing me. I was like, oh, maybe I'm wrong and we just can't examine it. Move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press X to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learnt by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Let's have a look then, shall we? Oh, okay, I can't do it yet. I need to use the right stick, the left stick, and X to inspect any areas of evidence that look suspicious. Oh, okay, well that's helpful. Name Mr. John Wilson, Hotter Clinic. It says Hotter Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life.
And I remember even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Oh, I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. A medical report card required for every visit. And it's been stamped. Dentist, what's clinic date? It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. Probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. A family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point, so you don't like doctors then. Why would you? They make you... Why would you? They make you just drink horrible tasting medicines and they give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. Or when you're at your lowest ebb. Sound like a model patient. A bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed. I mean, we can press this as it's folded, open it up. What do we have here? Have a see. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe that anything like that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetics effects have passed. Ah. So perhaps the steak was not Dr. John Wilson, but instead the mystery woman sat across the table from him. Now that seems like the evidence that we've been looking for. Mahaha. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Medical report card's information has been updated in the court record. A record of dental work. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment and been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. This new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. But I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely! There we go. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Pointing down at the back, I did see myself. Visual sight premises confirmed that there was the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman dining all by himself. The fifth statement. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. Is dining by himself, I guess. Because, like, he couldn't have been dining... Can I just go ahead and present this? Yes! I guess. Yeah. Oh dear lord, if you had dental treatment, there's no way you could have eaten that steak. Yep. All I'm saying is, last time I had dental treatment, like, they numbed my mouth, because I had to have, like, a filling. And, oh my gosh, it was, like, it was difficult to talk. I couldn't feel my jaw at all for, like, 4 hours. Like, eating a steak? No way. Well, I think, About what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? Which I could, but first and foremost here, I am the accused. Inosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. It sucks. It does. It does. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You know exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Korekuta-san. Korekuta? Korekuta. Korekuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. Grr. But that's Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we've finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard has been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else beside this pale-faced pupil who could have possibly... This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hotter Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating...
Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what?
It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Korakuta-san.
What, boy, what?
As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m, the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally,
there's more?
we've assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone.
But that cannot possibly be the case.
Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthesia. Anesthetic.
Ah!
Expertly done, partner. Grumble, grumble.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in the restaurant taste have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... me. I ate the steak. The two witnesses went to the table and ate the steak of the man. No. An as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim could have been eating anything. Yet, we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly. But Kazuma... Are you insane? You wouldn't take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We've demonstrated with evidence the victim was not alone. Oh man. Oh, my eye is killing me. Ah! Oh, my skin's so bad at the moment, and my it stings. Oh, dude. Oh, okay, we good. Demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you'll be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Oh, dude. Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Kodakuta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now, hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentleman, you mean... You saw the victim with a lady from over... What?
Objection!
Oh, what is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Ooh, they're in trouble. Order. Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence the witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So, we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouth shut. Huh. Of course, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? It's to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. Well, that was really... There's no time to lose. There you go, that sounds better. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all of this, hmm? Well, Your Excellency, No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is not Kazuma, not Mikatoba, not Ouchie, not Wilson himself. Oyasanosa, and not... I don't think it's any of them. Huh. Authority, but no. The
Yes!
waiter is the only option we've got left. Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention that the head waiter could not even have that possible level of influence. Once I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were... Come on, Ryunosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosanaga's real identity is proven by this evidence. Well, he gave us a business card. I examine this further. I can rotate it. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Well, that was unexpected. What is? Look, you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name, that's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His... job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But, let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. The waiter's business card information has been updated in the record. Now I do believe I can present this.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great detail of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the tealing detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't any mention of this anymore before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, the witness is there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at this scene? Well... Hold it. Inspector Hosonaga? I was worried something like this might happen. At the moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are.
Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say you're really a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course! Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Oh, this bit of the song goes so well. Goes so hard. This OST is just incredible. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence having served the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. Bang. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman were the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishwoman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect? Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. A flash of white screen. Goodness. And again. I'm being blinded. Stop. Stop. Violence. One possibility does spring to mind. You mean, cousin? Yuma University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory is a young Englishman. What? My eyes stopped. I honestly, same. I had to look away at the end. Oh, you are a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. Huh? You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Josiah Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yuma University's medical faculty. What? What is happening here?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimony. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particular critical premise, namely that the victim was dining alone. However, we have now discovered that this premise is false. It would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Ow, I just bit my lip. Ow. Our government would surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Josiah Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the Police Bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem. That's a lot of coughing. Nothing will get in my way. I see. Not even the blood dripping down my lips as I cough from some ancientness. Ads come up in 5 minutes, everybody. Make sure to take care of yourselves and take a break when ads come up. Oh god, he's bleeding. Yeah, he's been bleeding. Every time he coughs, he's been bleeding. And he wipes it on the towel of his waiter's thingy. When the ads do come up, I am gonna refresh my drink and use the restroom again. So when ads are here, don't worry, you will not be missing anything. So we'll be good. Sir, drink water. I must get a bottle of water. My Britishness desires it. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Josiah Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Adjourned. To be continued. Oh, dude. I wish I could send the ads early. Darn. Save your current progress. Indeed, I shall. Here we are. Trial Part 1 becomes Trial Part 2. It's 7:53:04 PM on the 4th of November 2025. You know what? I'm actually going to take my break now because I want to get a snack and get a few things. So feel free to do anything you must need while I am gone. I won't be gone. I'll be gone for like 5 minutes. So don't worry. I will return. I shall pop this up and text Fury restroom break and drinks and snacks. Can't spell. There you go. Cool. Snack and drink. Back in a second. Oh goodness. Bye.
I've not. And just like that, we are back. Yippee! There we go. Perfect. Okay, okay, okay. I return after having a quick restroom break, having a snack, and making another drink and bringing the bottle up with me. Haha. Oh, that's so much better. I know I'm going to need it for my voice, so I shall not neglect myself. I shall make sure I have my drink. Okay. The Adventure of the Great Departure Trial Part 2. Let us continue. Oh, goodness me. November 22nd, 11:38 AM. Supreme Court of Judicature. Judicature? Judiciary. So, judicature, I guess? My lisp does not like that word. Defendant's Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Hi, Nina. Are you enjoying the stream so far? Hope you're having a good time. It was almost unbelievable, I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the insides of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Yes? Awesome. I'm happy to hear that. Hmm? Miss Josiah Brett. A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Fun fact, I haven't gotten any ads. Let's go! Honestly, I love it when you don't get ads. It's really strange in the last few streams, like, Willow's mentioned not having any ads, Yugo's mentioned not having ads, and I thought, oh, maybe it's like a mod thing, but like, if in general people aren't getting ads, fantastic. I'm very happy to hear that. Because, like, if I didn't have to have ads, I wouldn't. I only have them so I can have the funny little emotes and all the perks of being a Twitch affiliate. So, that's all I'm saying. I'm very glad you got no ads. That's awesome. Oh, dude. There we go. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up... Bang. I never get ads on my phone, to be honest. That's good. I do, so I'm praying that I get that same luck. Honestly, it's really interesting. I think like 90% of people who watch my streams watch on their phone, which is crazy, and I think that's awesome. That's awesome. You can chill out and do other things and have me on in the background. He's good. He's good. Oh man. Oof. Also, I think like 80% of people who watch me are Android users as well, is what I've got from statistics. I'd have to look back through them again, but it's interesting for sure. For sure. I didn't have the time to think about where the sound of the gunshot would come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside of the dining area. I've been playing Animal Crossing while listening to this. Ooh. Didn't they release an update date for Animal Crossing New Horizons recently. I'd been wanting to play it on stream, but I had obviously when New Horizons came out, it was before I started streaming, so it's got like my IRL name on it. So I'm like, I can't show that, darn. So I cannot. But I hope you're having fun with it. I might even pick it up myself again at some point. I do miss my little island. Wonder if all my villagers are still there. It's coming next year? Oh, right, I see. Gone. I might do the events though. Must have Toy Day. January 15th, 2026. Ooh, so we've got Toy Day, New Year's, Halloween's gone. Are there any other festivals still? I can't think of any. Probably a bug festival and a fishing festival, like normal stuff. Wah. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. I don't know what voice I want to use for Mikotoba yet. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all that they can. We're getting a lot of stuff. I'm honestly looking forward to the Splatoon collab. Oh, is it a Splatoon collab? Ooh. I used to play Splatoon back on the Wii U. The Zelda one too, to be honest, I just want the mask. I'm so down to play for when the Splatoon collab and the Zelda ones come out. I presume the mask is like the Majora's Mask. I remember that being in some of the old Animal Crossings. I played Wild World, New Leaf, and New Horizons. I still think New Leaf was my favorite. I don't know. There's just like a sort of nostalgia being on the 3DS. It was a simpler time. Oh man. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Yes? I see. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert... Oh my gosh, missed a key word there. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? Alpha Cobras is pretty much villagers and items. Oh. Villagers and... Oh. Like, items are expected, but villagers? Ooh. Wah 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 wah. That's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it seems like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. Yup. I'm looking forward to seeing that about villagers, though. I have no idea how they're even going to do that. Like, is it the villagers wear the special outfits, or like, is it unique characters? I don't know, man. That sounds interesting. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? You don't mind me asking, Professor. Did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UK. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Tulin and I forget the name for Zelda and the TV girlies from Splatoon 3. Oh. Tulin? Huh. I don't know who the other character is, you'll think that... And the TV girlies from Splatoon 3, so, oh my gosh. Brain is fading. Brian, Try and shiver. Does that also count Big Man? Getting Big Man in Splatoon, from Splatoon in, in Animal Crossing? That would be awesome. Oh man, I didn't play a lot of Splatoon 3 to be honest. I played the story mode like up until the last area, and then I think something just came up and I just didn't get to it. I'll DM it to you if you want. If you wanna, yes please. I would appreciate that. I'll have a look at it and see. That interests me. Thank you, Nina. Let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentleman whose involvement in our priest. No Big Man, sadly? No. Tragedy. That's so sad. What? The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Is that Sato Mikotoba, my goat? Oh, dude. I'm looking forward to getting them more involved in the story as the game goes on. Oh, Minoru? Oh, I see. Oh, that's an interesting choice. Tulin and Minoru. Huh. That's really interesting. Huh. Oh, fair enough. I thought they were just on like Link and Zelda. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being basic, but yeah, Tulin and Minoru. That's very strange. I guess because maybe like the models of the animals, I guess maybe. Maybe Minoru they could use like Gracie, like in the giraffes. Then Tulin they can use any of the birds, I guess. I guess that makes sense. Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before these old fossils know what's hit them. Yeah. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really? Minoru is a deer for this? Oh, fair enough. I guess that makes more sense. My brain was just going into like, because like Minoru's really tall in game. I was like, maybe. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believe me, then I'm fairly sure I'd have already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dreams of studying abroad? That's the kind of true friend he is. So, this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. In order. And treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria or University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. November 22nd, 12:09 PM. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Ugh, sorry. Oh man. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about. Bum, bum, bum.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down our nation founders? Founders? Again, Terribly sorry. The friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? Secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up! Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing. It's nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. Let's have a see what you've sent, Nina. Oh, those are cute outfits. Oh, and that's a really good way of putting Minoru and Tulin in. Oh, and the frying shiver are so cute as well. I'm wondering how they were going to do that. They've not done the octopuses, I understand, but the octopi. Oh, it's really cute. I really like the room decor as well. Oh, that's really good, dude. Oh, man. Thank you for sharing, Nina. Much appreciated. Whew. I won't deny that I'm no expert, I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in the Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future. Huh? Huh? Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, the music. The music's so good. Honestly, I do this every game I've played. I've never played a game where the OST has been bad. It's just, oh, banger after banger. So good. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Josiah Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! Oh, I've got to think of a voice for Josiah Brett now. I probably do like the ho 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 type of voice. I think. Oh, is that Josiah Brett's theme? That's so good. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussion takes place without tea! Is that true? No idea. Third person sat on the council bench as the British person in the room? No. We can have a conversation without tea. I don't even like tea. Oh, shock. Oh. May my ancestors hate me. I don't know, dude. The music is really good. Oh, it's incredible. It's orchestral as well. And it only gets better as the game goes on. So, please. I look forward to it. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Tea is hit or miss. Yeah, I mean, for me, honestly, hot drinks in general is kind of hit or miss for me. I'm not a big fan. Still, I've never tried coffee in my life. One of my best friends said they're going to make me try coffee. And I think they said that about half a decade ago. So, I shall see where that goes. I will try coffee one day. Maybe I'll do it as a stream incentive. That would be fun. Oh, man. Maybe when I do an IRL stream one day, I do want to do an IRL maid dress stream one day, so I shall see. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at the carnival, but my true... Yes, we all know about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Inosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Huh? Wait, can I read that? No idea. Nope. It just looks like a bunch of squiggles. I can make up letters here and there, but I have no idea. Hmm. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Me when someone speaks English in my Japanese courtroom, and I have no idea what they said.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but, what?
Yo, Hosonaga speaks English? Like me to translate for you? Probably what you said. I mean that last word looks like it says Cambridge. I don't know. I'm making stuff up now. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones and delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. Dot dot dot. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Me making whispering noises and then realizing the mic will not pick it up because of the filters on it. Oops. She says yes. This could take some time. So, even though she's studying Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print?
Oh, I hate the voice I've given Ouchie.
Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime,
I mean, it fits, but like, it's a pain to do.
could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. You mean to say... Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in the courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Ooh. Old lion ass. Order in the court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolute conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight that you described. Nod. Oh, dude. Witness testimony. Frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. You You say so. So the
Yes.
condemning... I didn't get to read that. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. It's a lesson you need to learn. Oh, but he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. Testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless. However, well, oh, wrong voice. Well, even so. The day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I would like to think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Like, the huge hat on her head.
Unless and until the precise location where the witnesses have to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own word on the matter.
Ah, that's ridiculous. If only I was able to lift up her dress, I could prove it.
Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke.
I didn't fire the gun, I picked it up. There must have been another gun there that day.
You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Okay, so I'm just going to press everything because I don't think there's anything particularly that I could go against there. Arranged to meet slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. That's right. Professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. Okay. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Long after, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Right. Can I... Let me check the court record. Hold. What have we got in here? That's not helpful. This was Josiah Brett's seat then. And she ate the steak. And she, I guess, had the drink. I guess. I don't think this is that important. I don't know why Wilson's in this seat and not the other. That still confuses me. But, weird. Postmortem. Okay. Male British, time of death. Single bullet fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage from the pectoral ballistic trauma, no exit wound. So it was fired at close range. Does she say anything about it not being close range? Got him in his eyes. I don't carry myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. I want to press this because I don't trust her. All very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely, I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not?
The Honourable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter.
Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps?
Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands you support your assertion with facts.
In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give the presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. That darn smile. So evil. I don't know, it's the mask that does it for me. Not to mention the fact that your officer told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime.
Why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You can at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. So she's maintaining the fact that you got into an argument with the professor when you shot him, which is an out-and-out a totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young and beautiful gentleman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that is. Huh? We can't do that, the trial's over. Even with your thick skin, even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements and see if it's slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself, I promise you. You need to expose the true face of this exhausted foreigner who's hiding behind that mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Well, let's do some pressing. Slightly late luncheon. Unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. Argument, that's the bit that's not right. I never got into an argument with the professor. What I did was when I noticed him, went over to say hello. Please don't get angry at me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. Oop. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English. That hurt my soul to read. Ben! Heyo! How you doing, buddy? Welcome in, welcome in. We are playing... Yeah, feel free to clip that. Beautiful. But yeah. Rin cancelled? No! I'm just reading what it says on the script. See, there's British characters later in the game. I'm gonna get to take the piss out of myself, so bear with me. I'm just saying what Ouchie said, dude. But yeah, how you been? I hope you're doing well. We're just part 2 of the trial for Case 1-1, which is very fun so far. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, only in the presence of a beautiful woman. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. We're in the start of a food coma, lol. How you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. I hope you enjoyed the food that put you in your food coma. I literally had like a chicken wrap at lunch, and I've had a bag of crisps since. After stream, I think I'm gonna make some chicken and rice and such, and it's gonna be nice. So I am looking forward to that later. But we're doing good so far. We're going well. But yeah, all good. I'm enjoying a great soundtrack, a great cast, and a great game because I love this game, dude. It's just so good. The large burrito, but it's sitting heavy. Ooh. Ooh. Oh no. Well, I wish you the best of luck with that burrito. I hope it causes no problems. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? It was tasty though? Fair enough then. What did you have in your burrito? What was your fillings of your burrito? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Ham, egg, cheese, potato. Oh, I see. Not long afterwards, the accused... I'm pressing that as well, dude. And beans. I see. For me, like, when I have a burrito, like, my burrito is, like, beef, mince, and rice. And sometimes cheese. Sometimes, grated cheddar is really nice. Oh, that makes me fancy that now, you know? Oh, no. And I haven't got any mince out. I couldn't make that. And I haven't got any cheese either, so... Darn. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating that hesitation over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nothing beats a thick breakfast burrito. Never had a breakfast burrito in my life, but I will hold you to your word. I'm going to be in the States at the end of the month, and I think if I'm going to get breakfast out, I'm just going to go to Waffle House. I don't know. I don't know what they have in Florida, to be honest. Last time I went was 2008, which was a long time ago, so things have probably changed. What is that on? The I-95, I think? And the I-90? Ah, dude, I don't know. My brain don't remember. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but if you're ever on this side, I will show you. I will hold you to that, fan. If I ever get the chance to come to the west side of the States, I will indeed. I do want to come to the west side sometime. I was meant to be coming this summer. I was gonna save up and go for Pokemon Worlds. And then the LA fires happened, and I was like, ooh, eee. And then I lost my job, and I was like, ooh, double ooh. Now I can't afford to, so oh well. That'll always be another time. Well, yes, that's true, but ouchies. All I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. Okay. That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. I'm checking the history. The highly suspicious lady in the stand. Yeah, cutting me off like that. Rude. Dirty. Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. True. We pressed those. I guess we'll press this as well. Why not? He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hotter Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Was Miss Brett aware of the fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have travelled to a distant island on the far side of the world to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. Oh, dude, I hate Ouchie. So, the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water, so it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Then where's the other glass on the table? Left exactly as left. They raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the last statement? It's very meaningful. That's what I think. Oh. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of this statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Humph. Well, sidestepped, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she says. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. That deadpan face is so good. Brett and I said, cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Then why in this photograph is there only one glass of water, you liar?
Sorry, I love that expression every time. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with the photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. It was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd about is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ugh. Ryunosuke, what's it about the print that looks so odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett said that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1.
You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Soapy! Hi, how are you doing? Good to see you. We are just midway through case 1-1 of the Great Ace Attorney. It's very fun. How is your day going? Hope you're doing well. Oh goodness, another sip of my drink to soothe my voice for all the voices I have been doing. I'm so glad that those witnesses from earlier have left, because that was too many voices for me to remember.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae?
Minutiae? Minutiae? Minutiae? Minutiae? Minutiae. I'm gonna go with minutiae. Like minute, small detail, I guess. Voices takes a toll. Oh, it do. It really do. I'm gonna have more voices to do for tomorrow's stream for Neptunia Victory 2. That's gonna be fun. At least some of that's voice acted, so I can rest my voice at some point.
What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only one? With only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Incomprehensible English babble.
Inspector, what did the lady say?
It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table.
What?
It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, he's saying.
Good gracious.
Sorry. Whoa! Sumimasen, she's spoken Japanese, damn.
There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
You must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable young and beautiful woman of mischief?
But what? No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Oh, like a handbag that she would be able to conceal a weapon within?
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defence, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So, she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's... a handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlemen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun.
You're right.
Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't be seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Mr. Zylebrecht's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No! Order! What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Aoshi?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuo? Bro. You need to wipe that blood again, Hosonaga. I think you've got, like, some ancient disease that's now vaccinated against, but, like, I don't know, like, polio or something? I don't know. My knowledge of 1800s diseases is very sparse. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. Sip. Thank you. I shall take a sip of my drink. Actually, I'm going to take 2 sips. Oh, that's good. Thank you. Thank you, fan, for redeeming hydrate. Much appreciated. Waha. There we go. Huh? As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Yeah, voices do take a toll. Gotta keep those cords hydrated? Indeed, indeed. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. Right, I have a piece of evidence here that I'd completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I had thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Oh, well, I never! You can see right through to what's inside! Gonna lurk and let my belly rest them out. No worries, Fan. Enjoy your lurk. Hope you enjoy this first case of the game. And if you do have to hop out at any point, I will be continuing with the second case of the game next Monday. So just as a heads up, you know where to continue. Oh, one sec. Oh, goodness. I keep muting myself because, like, minor hiccups. I'm trying to, like, ignore them. Oh, goodness. Oh, dude. Bum-ba-da. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. I've never seen a meshwork bag in my life, but that's pretty cool. So the contents are completely visible. Clearly visible. Exactly, so there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. But I would like to look at the hand again, because there was a mark on his wrist. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Wah. Because, like, his, like, hand was hanging down and his wrist was limp, and, like, you could see, like, a mark on his wrist, so I want to look at that. I want to inspect that further. Order, order. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. Bang. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. True, but now I want to look at this photograph. Because, like, that there is, like, so clearly a mark of blood. And why would you have that on your hand? I mean, like, yeah, surely it's blood. It's so clearly got to be blood. Like, it must be. But, like, relating that to the fact that he was sat across the table, he was here. How would he have ended up with blood on his wrists? I do not know. Thank you for claiming your daily pass, Soapy. Let me award that to you now. Bum, ba, ba. There we go. Ta-da! Oh wait, what? Oh no, hiccup. Bonk! Oh man, what did I do wrong? Oh, oh goodness. When I next get emotes put down, I'm definitely gonna get a bonk emote. I don't know if it's gonna be a it's gonna be one of the animated ones, but for sure I will. Ads coming up in 5 minutes, everybody. If you need to get some food or a drink or stretch or use the restroom, please feel free and let me know what ads you get if you get any at all. Because so far, we've not had any ads at all. Will we have a pout emote? Potentially. I will definitely look into it. I've got 10 in my head that I definitely want to do. It's just a matter of what those last 2 are going to be. But I will definitely note down that a pout emote is wanted. So I will see what we can do when I next commission. Oh, goodness. Oh, ow, ow. A photograph taken by Hosonaga-san after the incident occurred. It shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. This still got to be important, unless it's like a red herring and it's meant to be throwing me off. But I don't know. I don't know. Oh, darn. The court has now been shown the considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion, that pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. Oh. Oh. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than when I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Yonosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You're wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Shush. Shut up. I have words. Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke.
I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now then, that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentleman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. Yup. And let me scrutinize it. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Crystal. So take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we will see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Now, there's nothing special about the glass as far as I can see. However, to me, it's the mark here, right?
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Bum, bum, bum. Hey, Willow, welcome in. Hi, you've entered just as the ads are starting, I'm afraid to say. So if you cannot hear me, I'll see you in 3 minutes. But welcome in, and thank you for claiming your daily pass. Let me... Papa yappa. Here we are. Here is your daily check-in. Bum, bum, bum. Perfect. Also... I see something. Thank you for contributing 2,000 channel points to the Rin Maidress challenge. I very much appear you. I scarcely heard you, yes. Oh no. I'll explain again when ads are over. That is all okay. Huh?
Objection!
Objection? Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come up with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Hello, hope you're enjoying the game. I am, thank you. Hey, I can type. True. I am. Thank you. There we go. Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noted it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. Oh! Yes, we do. Yeah, we do. Oh. My brain is braining. Look. Here. That mark. The mark of a bull's head. That's the exact same mark left there on the wrist. I couldn't tell that from a distance, but it's very obvious from near. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of the mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? You believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. I am. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging in the hopes I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that. Welcome back from ads, everybody. Hi, hi. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Hope you had a good ad break and the ads weren't too long and you got some food or some drink or took a restroom break. Had a bit of a stretch, whatever you may needed to have done. Welcome back into the stream. Oh, goodness me. Hi, hi. Hi, Willow. Yes, I'm having very much fun with the case. Case 1-2 is going to continue, or it's going to start on next Monday. But it's very fun. Surprisingly, it was cut off a little early for me. It wasn't the full 3-minute duration. That's awesome. I am glad. I was speaking earlier to Nina in chat, and she was saying how they had no anything. Oh, watch streak reached. It's now on a 5. Oh, you get 450 channel points for being on a 5-stream watch streak. Oh, they've only just introduced that. That's really cool. That's very cool. Enjoy your 450 channel points. Oh, all the reason... Oh, to watch every stream, huh? Oh, goodness. But yes, while you were gone, they showed this picture, and we inspected it further and looked at this mark, and I went, ah, that looks like the mark here. So that's what I'm just about to do. I've been making it for a while, but I guess it just got enabled for you for some reason. It's probably because this is my 5th stream since it's been introduced. So maybe this is only as soon as I've been able to have the watch streak thing come up. I don't know. Because I only did 1 stream in September. But the MC doesn't specifically know. No, they don't. But we are just about to prove that. Good old Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And Naruhodo means, aha, I see. It means I understand in Japanese. Been around for at least a year, huh? For real? Oh, right, never mind then. I have no idea. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. Thank you, Twitch. Yeah, thanks, Twitch. Tell the truth, I hadn't noticed the burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the colour draining from Miss Brett's face. I wonder if maybe it's... suddenly appeared on Chaos as well, which is strange. I was going to say, I wonder if maybe it's like a... They've only now just expanded it down to affiliates, and originally it was only a partner thing. But I don't know, I never knew of it, so... Very new to me. Not a clue. Look! Guys, look! They wrote the word colour with the U. Oh, I feel so at home. Did you know, the reason that... well, as far as I'm aware, I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, the reason that the American language has so many words like colour, flavour, where the U is dropped, is due to capitalism. Because back in the days of important newspapers, to print a story out on a typewriter, it was spent as a story per the letter. You paid for the letter in like the New York Times, Washington Post sort of thing, I think. So they dropped letters that didn't seem important, and like some of our ones where you can like add a Z for getting rid of an OUS sort of thing. So yeah, capitalism. That's so dumb. Also, that's why aluminium became aluminum, because it was just shortened, basically. And the scientific world stuck with it, so that's the one that is recognized worldwide as the pronunciation. Even though, to me, I shall say aluminium, because that's how it's spelled. Those extra letters are there for me. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. I still loved when we had Metopia and had all the British stuff in it for the, like, this release. I thought it was so funny. Oh, dude. Oh, man. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. Evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. It's this one.
Yes!
Oh, there have been some really long words in this that I have not read since I played this game 4 years ago, which is great because I've forgotten so much of the story.
So it's fun. I can play these cases without knowing what to do, which is great. Oh dear. Blah, blah, blah. What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency, I believe these photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Oh, for reference, if you were not here at the beginning, this is set in Imperial Japan / Victorian Britain. So this is like 1870, 1880 to 1910 sort of region. I say that, Victorian Britain ended in like 1893, when Queen Victoria passed away. But yes, this is set in the past, is what I'm trying to get across. So if it wasn't obvious, that is yes, like the gas light you see there isn't electric, it's gas because, or firelight actually. It's not gas at all. There's no connection to make it do so. Either way, I've been intending to play the Ace Attorney Trilogy on Steam as well. I started favouring games I really want to try playing on Steam, and now it's up to 9 games. Oh, goodness. Well, I can say, Ace Attorney Trilogy, incredible game. I have not played the Apollo Justice or the Investigations duology, but those are also great games, and this is a great game, so yippee! I think Capcom do a very good job with this series. And I missed a line of dialogue because I forgot to speak.
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it this photograph... What is it in the photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? It is this ball-shaped head mark on the plate. Bang.
Yes.
Boy, hitting him with the metal face. me saying boy, I could...
Monado boy. Oh, dude. That was such a terrible expression, but like still. Dude, I love that game.
I told you to stay out of the way, boy.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, my ouchie voice is probably closer to Melvin. Anyway. Actually, wait, no, is that line from Zord? Oh, dude, I don't remember.
The beef steak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate?
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnival. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn. Alignment from Prison Island, if I remember correctly. Metal face. I'd have to check. Thank you all. Are exactly the same shape. Oh, is that incredible OST playing again? I love this OST. It's incredible. It's so orchestral as well. And it gets better as the game goes on. Oh, I am so looking forward to progressing in this game because, like, it starts good, but goodness, it's going to be incredible by the time we get to Case 3, which is going to be my last Ace Attorney stream before going away on break to Florida. Goodness me, that is a great place to end on 1-3. That's a great story.
Ah!
Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. Ooh. What are we saying?
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that, or it most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster. Certainly. This is correct right after... Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I understand. That does make sense. It is at that point. Oh, goodness. I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. Anyway, peak music. Oh, this OST's a great... Honestly, I'm gonna say don't listen to the OST. I'm gonna say that now. Don't listen to the OST. Enjoy it while I'm playing the game, because some of the tracks that are like 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10s are 11, 12s with the context of the game. So please do wait. So that's all I'm gonna say. But that's... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago, and although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream in pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I had not heard anyone scream at all. As a head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Oh, ouchie. Ouchie is what I say when my voice hurts from doing his voice.
There you have it, something isn't right here.
Oh. As a detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I'd think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, the old antique dealer, all of us would have, without any question, have heard him scream. Oh, I love that stupid face. Oh, it's so good. Huh? Oh, man. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Algie?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So, the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... was dead. No man could remain silent whilst his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already... dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Huh?
Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. Oh, tell him, Cosima.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered the burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Why'd I roll my R on that? There was no R. Your Excellency, the court must hear from the witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. Well, the interesting thing is... Okay. Ryunosuke said that
Yeah, shortly after 2 p.m., time of death. A single bullet fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage from the pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound, but it did not pass through the body. So the gun was shot into his chest at close range. However, Ryunosuke said that he spoke to the professor when he went to their table, and just for a sort of hello. So the professor would have had to have died between the time that he'd spoken to the professor, bent down to pick up the gun off the floor, then the gunshot went off, and then he was dead. So that's very difficult. I mean, I think it could be to do with the glass, maybe? Because old Brett probably hit that glass for good reason. He wouldn't have just taken it away with her in a panic. It seems very calculated. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. That dumb smile. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Huh? Ouchie's face.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country, after all.
But then why have you been speaking for an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentleman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Ew. Ew. I guess an ill from me. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see I shall have to lower myself to communicating with all of you on your own level.
Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman.
Bro, I'm making him sound like Yoda.
We are truly...
No, because now it's in my head. Ah, dude.
We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford...
Oh, no, it's just a Yoda in my head now. Oh, I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. You know how interesting they're getting? The victim's death. They're getting so interesting that I'm going to save the game and quickly go to the restroom because I have been drinking too much drink. So, I'll be back very quickly. Hold. Hold. Back in a second, everybody.
And just like that, I am back. Golly, aren't I quick? Oh, goodness me. Okay, okay, okay. All is well, all is good. Oh, goodness. You know what, next time, I might see if you guys can count me and see how long I take to disappear. That wasn't gone for that long. It must have been under a minute, right? I mean, the bathroom's right next to my room, so, as I said earlier, huge benefit. Oh, goodness. Okay, let us continue. The victim's death. Oh! Oh, we're in the later side of the case because this music plays. Oh, pig. Unfortunately, I have no idea where the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death beside the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But, of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. I'm gonna be pressing so much against those statements. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court history, thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with that coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me, I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this is boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I'll be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
The Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer, then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. You tell him, Casimir. I expected you've noticed this little bully of a student, as you put it. Doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with the witness's testimony, I will be ruling on this case immediately. Is that clear? Ooh, the face slap. Oh. I'll quickly top up my drink. Orinosuke nods. Yes, Your Excellency. You may proceed with the cross-examination. Oh, I'm so talented at doing things multitasked. By that I mean, no, I'm not. Oh, dude. Okay. The victim's death. Fortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Ah! What fun! You hadn't realised?
The dear lady is absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honourable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Shut up, Ouchie. Well, I can't. Anyway. Oh, this music picks up. I love Ace Attorney music. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter?
I have no idea what voice I'm doing for Ouchie anymore. Exactly as you say, sir. Although...
Although?
Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you.
I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of the court, it means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. I love that cursive writing, it looks so pretty, dude. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot.
Yes!
True. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from a ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other such signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been from the bullets from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it cooled down even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Attention!
And yet, the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest, until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Professor? Prosecutor Ouchie is right. Ah. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, whether a person's life is taken, there is always a telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces of all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the fort, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. Oh, on my honor, I, Takechi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations.
Aspersions. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Went too quickly. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. And we don't have any. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Oh shoot, I wanted to press that. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I don't know. I think this could be hard work. She can speak Japanese brilliantly, but she doesn't seem to want to say very much. The more she says, the more she's likely to give away. This Englishwoman knows that only too well. She's quite formidable. Dr. Wilson's burn tells us something I'm sure. I need to use this cross-examination to find out what. First things first, I'm going to pressure on everything she said and try to make her blurt something out. True! That's what I was trying to do in the fifth one, but I accidentally pressed cross instead of L1. What is that, Kazuma? What are you thinking? Oh, don't worry, it's nothing. Did that one, did that one, did that one. Did that one. This one, please. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. The carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Oh? You good over there, Hosonaga? It doesn't even occur to you naive detectives to try and preserve the crime scene. I am trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand.
A killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally trying to see some sense. Not the COVID. Ugh, I don't think this is COVID. There did used to be something at that time that when you'd cough, it would make you cough up blood, but I don't remember. So, something. My brain is telling me polio, and I don't think that's right. Either way, nothing that would be cured with medicine of the time. Not in Japan, at least. Maybe in the UK? Maybe in Great Britain? I say the UK. Was the UK a thing then? Great Britain's been a thing since the Act of Unity, or whatever it's called, from 1707. So I did politics, so I had to do all of the bits of our constitution, which is not written down like the American one. It's anyway, I'm getting off topic. Either way, yeah, just gonna say Great Britain because I'm confident more so in that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Yeah, when Hosonaga started coughing. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean... I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, if it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. You think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. I can do that.
Yes!
Bump. Oh, he is bleeding? Yeah, he is bleeding. He bleeds when he coughs. Alright, and I can't remember what causes that, but yes. Inferior, what do you mean by that? Yap. The point where he coughs. Exactly, which means even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Oh no, hiccups. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? Oh, the Kazuma theme. It's good. When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry, but pursue? I'll explain how to do it now. Ryunosuke, it's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett. Tuberculosis, I think? Yes, it's tuberculosis. Thank you, Willow. That's it, it's TB. At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with cross. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might be able to uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with the D-pad and focus on the detective. Pursue him with X. Cross. I see what's on his mind. Here we go. Exactly, which means... oh no. I have to admit that the reason I got that was from Fake Granddaughter. That's okay. I only would have known it from this game anyway, so don't worry. So now we can switch to him and pursue. Excuse me. Yeah. What the? What's the meaning of this? That's how I feel right now. You try voicing Prosecutor Ouchie for almost 4 hours. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He was lost in his thoughts deeply. Looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. There's something you'd like to say. Please share it with the court.
Attention!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add? In relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. Not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Oh, what did you take from the crime scene, Mr. Hosonaga? A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that... This is a bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's got lost all of its fizz having been opened 3 days ago now, but it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there is some left in the bottle, I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. Off. Bang. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record. The carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. Miss Brett. Sorry, Judge. I want to have a look at the bottle. This is a bottle. No tampering. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Good question. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. It must be very expensive. I'm gonna say I'm presuming that's French. Just by the cursiveness. Indeed, a bottle. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I'm asking. Go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. I'm more interested in the lid. Anything I can discern from the actual... Oh, the liquid. There's still liquid in it. There you go. So this is the carbonated water, the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Oh, there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. One thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, would there be anything in this one? But what's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked out something, an interesting possibility. Oh. Miss Brett. Can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What's that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination, and the inspector will kindly control his further. Right, now, this is what I think. Don't care. Don't care. No other possible cause of death aside from the gunshot. If there's another way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. I want to present the bottle, because I think you could have put something in the drink. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Thinking it was poison? Yeah. But poison? That's not his voice. On the day of the death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Shock. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? And that's why you put the glass in your handbag and ran away with it? Order, order, order. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett. It was you! Ooh. Ooh.
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you ever considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
Objection. Shut up. This is not a political arena, this is a trial to determine one's individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
Huh? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth. Gah.
If I may.
I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on the...
Shut up! Tell him. It is you who should be silent.
Of course. Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I must have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To who are you referring? I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. Whether it had poison on it or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. Oh, I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I would test for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. And we could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the Chief Coroner himself. No. No! I'll sip my drink, because I couldn't scream that no. I'm very grateful to all of you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in the horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
Ugh. I was so sure.
This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I am done for. The court wishes to apologise for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defence. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Yonosuke. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Ugh, oh no, guys. Onyo. Hold it! Is that my goat? Yo! Please, wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Sato Mikatoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikatoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Furoshiki cloth. Me when I see a word I can't pronounce. Yippee! To be continued. Ooh. I'm trying to determine how long is left for this case. Because we're approaching the 4-hour mark. However, I think there's probably only just over an hour left. So if I can finish this in 5 hours, I am happy to continue. So continue I shall. November 22nd, 1:14 PM. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom 2. Well, I understand you're a judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom?
Ah, a judicial assistant and a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Yes, I fully understand. I only asked for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
Shut up, Ouchie. 5 minutes. I will allow a moment. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency!
I am most grateful. Yo. Hi, Sato. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something written in English?
Mr. Zyle Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Kurara and its effects on the human subjects. Interesting. Kurara? What is that? I've never heard of that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands this immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Gisele's report has been entered into the court record. A report detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett had been researching during her time at Yume University. Ooh! Goodbye then, and good luck. I have a court record to look at. Bang. We've had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. Yeah, we can. Synopsis. A poison made from the barks of certain tree in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis on the entire body and subsequent death even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to the ability to render the human body paralytic, it is believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Ooh. I ask the prosecution and the defence now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Ionovsky, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defence does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... It's not so very long time that I didn't read that. Forgive me, Miss Brett, it seems I wasn't clear. I realise it was phrased as a question. However... I'll have to polite... Oh, I see. It's tea time. True. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. Bang. So, counsel. What is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? This one.
Yes!
The one I was just handed by Sasato. Mr. Zalbrett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison? For what? A poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as Curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poisoning entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct, which means no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Oh, dude. Order, order, order. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report offered by the visiting research student from England, Barada has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states it is procured from the extract of a tree that grows deep inside in the Amazonian jungle.
and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Carrara suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Attention!
Trumpery! These Persians are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that the curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they are in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Cosima. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? Breathing, the intercostal muscles that are on the outside of your torso. Ads coming up in 5 minutes, everybody. This is probably going to be the last ad break of the stream, so please stick around for the conclusion to this case. Please get some food, a snack, a drink, have a stretch, use the restroom, whatever you may need to do. Let me know what ads you get. Ads will only last for 3 minutes, and then you shall be back. But those will be occurring in 4.5 minutes' time. So please stay around. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation, and all the while the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would have been a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Kadar poison. Ooh. Silence. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contained this terrifying poison?
Attention!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
If I may.
All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you should be taught some manners.
It is you who must be taught.
Of course. Dear lady.
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act, wouldn't you agree?
Attention!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the Great Empire of Japan, it's breaking the rules.
Oh, I'm so glad Ouchie's not in later cases because I cannot stand doing his voice much longer. Oh, I'm never doing a voice like this again. Oh, dude. What's so funny? I can't stand him either. Roo! Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? That's how you pour a drink. Pour it from the outside, from away from you. And you hold your pinky away from the glass. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But
I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Wait! What are you doing? Hmm? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Oh no, close your eyes, the screen goes white, it's really bright. Ah! My eyes. Ah! Stop flashbanging me. Akira! Ah! Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean, is what you're saying. You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Grr. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given.
Oh, man.
This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So, how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke, we have all the clues now. A bottle of water contains no poison. I think it's in the glass. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform in the way of the world. Oh, is that what his colour's about to represent? Add here, everybody! That was a guileless ending to a promised line of inquiry, Council, for which you would be penalised. Oh! Oop! This whole trial is poisoned. There had to have been poison in the bottle, doesn't it? Otherwise she'd have been dead. Come on, Ryunosuke, you have all the clues now. That bottle of water does contain poison, I guess. I thought it didn't. Oops. My bad. The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw
Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
I need to think through all of the things that don't quite add up here one by one. Sure, the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Oh. If it's not this, enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart? Is that it? If it's not that, is it? Oh my gosh! Yeah, it is that, it is that. Welcome back! Yeah, it is that. Because it needs to enter through an open wound. And drinking it has no wound. But Wilson had just had a molar removed, which means he was missing a tooth, which means there was an open wound in his gum. Damn. I'm so smart. Welcome back. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
That's not a valid explanation.
No.
After all, we don't speak English. That report's utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Sasato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? Hold. Hold a minute. Special characteristics is the route of entry. Oh, dude. Welcome back from ads, everybody! Been hearing a lot of this Kurara poison. And it left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. They lace the heads of their arrows when they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean they would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunter wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison.
Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness.
But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say?
I see, that makes sense.
Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Kurara enters the body through an open wound, it has a terrifying poisonous effect. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effect whatsoever.
What?
Miss Brett, you authored this research. You know Kurara's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion! I forgot that I forgot the bird on her head. The goose was actually alive. Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be.
Really? Me?
A lawyer?
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly...
So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Robbing a rapscallion in the big year of, like, 900 AD is crazy. This is, like, 1800. This is, like, 1880. So 900 AD would be crazy, though. I worry for your historical knowledge, Willow. It's okay. I'm amazing at time frame. Oh, goodness. Oh, man. No, I'm biased. I have a lot of historical knowledge, so it's expected I should know these things. Oh, dude. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Kurara is safe to ingest. It seems likely its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric suckers. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
Ah! That's right! Good gracious!
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Bum, 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 bum. Order! Order in the court! Order! The logic holds if the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest... Yes, this crab poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even the little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this? Welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Oh, you tell him! I don't think so, Mr. Zylbrett. Oh, the music! How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison, you are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? Bang!
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Ah! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Ah! So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oops. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What is it? What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She's dropped a bottle in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. The delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this! You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in this bottle or not. You... And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course. You're referring to this little photographic print, I presume, dear lady? That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor is sitting with his back to me. Though, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using curare. And then in order to frame Ryunosuke for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say, and I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Olafson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest, delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ah! This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed the evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes? We've all come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true, so if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan in her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every colour, every smell. Huh? What I saw, what I felt. Every colour felt correctly. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Looks like it to me. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have undiscovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memory of that day. Wherever it is, it could be the key to arriving in the truth about all of this. It's here somewhere, the clue that shows Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been. I'm just gonna presume it's the big blood stain that appeared. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? Oh, he's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if you took anything else from the scene of the crime, like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Objection!
Oh, wait a minute, where are you going with it? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw on the wooden base of that plate the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. What? Oh really? And what of it? Obviously that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position. Oh! The blood's on the table, which means that the professor had to have been facing Giselle Brett when he was shot, which means it couldn't have been Ryunosuke because she said that the chair was facing the opposite direction. So if he were to have shot the professor in the opposite direction, the blood would be on the carpet and not on the table. Bang. There we go. Brain is working. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah! Yes. The blood to have made its way onto the plate implies that the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor. As you were. Giselle Brett. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? This
This could be the moment that my entire career in police force has been leading up to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. But before we examine it, I need to use the restroom. I'll be back in literally like 30 seconds. You can count it. Ooh, I hated to cliffhang you like that. I'm back. I don't know how long I took, but like, not long. We must examine it now! But yes, Hosonaga, my go. Inspector! The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Around 45-ish seconds. Oh, that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. As I say, advantage of having my room next to the bathroom. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Oh, of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector, the blood man! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! I know I saw it, I'm sure of it! It was right there on the table behind the professor, there was blood on the side of the plate! What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is exactly why I say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Ah! Racism. I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire... Shut up, Ouchie. I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. Yeah, she's not gonna hang out with you, Ouchie. Ouchie, she doesn't want your bald ass. Get out of here. Well, not bald, but like, extremely receded hairline. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest! The plate of steak has been entered into the court record. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Well, I want to examine the plate. Yep, that's a plate. That's a steak. Hmm. Oh? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and that hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean, what is it? I mean, what is it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of the pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion in a bullion in a billion. Poetry. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means...
I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. Oh, that meat looks so good. From the Hoei era too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juice as well, look. What are you thinking of? Eating it? No, but next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, there's one thing for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and put it here underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. And who was missing their Koban coin but Kyuryo Kurekata? And whose steak did they just say they had? Giselle Brett's and the sergeant's? And his coin went missing? I'm saying. This is it. Oh, I've lost. Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never mind. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to the problem in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? A bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this steak... there's another clue. I just pointed it out by examining it. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. I mean, it looks quite nice. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Bang. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Representing on the plate of beef is this new clue to be found. Under steak. Huh? What in the world is this? I think we just said this dialogue because I investigated it myself. Bum. Oh, I meant to present it. You know what I mean? Oops! Glad I read all of this already.
Got it!
Got it! Good gracious! That's... Koban? What on earth? A Hoei era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't even know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Attention!
I fail to see how this is relevant to coin under the meat. That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoei Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right, it can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoei Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Attention!
By all means, don't let us stop you. Everyone invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There is only one person it can belong to. The owner of this steak, the owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beef steak is Kyuryo Kurekata, or Kyuryo Curator. Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and the owner of Rasute, Kyuryo Kurekata-san. Kyuri, as in Mr. Cucumber, something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are really quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened, exactly at the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested... Oh, I don't remember his voice. It was like 3 hours ago. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Holy Era Koban, my prized coin. Then this Hoei Era Koban, do you mean to tell me... No, please, why would Korakurato-san Kobans be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense. Yes, it does. Which is why I'm asking to bring Korakuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. About a moment's delay. Oh, I'm gonna have to do those two voices again. I can't believe we've come back round to that pair again. But I have a hunch, strong hunch. If we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find it is a key element in the case. Oh dearie me. 1, 2, 3, 4. All the witnesses back on the stand in a line.
What is all of this about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for the little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Isanosa and... honestly, great peak names again. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasate shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korakuta-san, but something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasate memory serves, have you ever seen this Koban before? Wah! Ow! His knife just landed in his foot.
Yes, that's it, the very exact one that is. The resplendent, splendiferous Hoei treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be.
As I thought.
Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
I'm not sure it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking the seasoned meat's juice.
Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously?
Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means... somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an inconceivable thing?
Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
The Carnival is a high-class Western culture restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So, that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job as a waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but... the identity of the person who stole and hid Korakuta-san's Koban is all too clear.
What? What?
I think the court would like to hear the defence's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel who stole Korakuta-san's Koban and hid it under the stake? None other than the man who's trying to pay for his infant son who can't afford a baby, his nanny, which is why he's carrying him on his back, as they said earlier in the case, which would be Ayesanosa, the army sergeant,
Take that!
who took the coin. Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Ayesanosa.
What? How? How dare you, you monster?
Monster?
I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of Le Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido. Ido's the mastermind behind all of this.
You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Osa. We're gonna get flashed by the screen a lot. I hope not.
Ah! Clippity cloppity.
Bro's Uma Musumeing himself, bro. Ooh. Ugh, that sounded painful. Thank you, Ace Attorney.
Nippon Army Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Ayesanosa,
Preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. So you admit it. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recent ended conflicts remains in place. And I've heard it's harder... What conflict would that have been? Anglo-Russian War, probably? Not Anglo-Russian. Japanese-Russian War? Wow. My knowledge of history is actually coming into effect for once. When they attacked the ports in Manchuria. That is the right time period, right? I think of. Oh shit, or no, is that the 1940s? No, I don't think it is. Maybe it is. Ah, I don't know. Whatever. I'm getting sidetracked by history. Huh. And I've heard it's harder for the low-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. I did not know this war ever happened. I want to say it's the 1880s, and I want to say it's a war over the only hot water, or the only frozen water port in Russia, which was in the Russian Empire in Manchuria, sort of around that coast of China. I think it was when they were building the railway, and Japan and Russia went to war after after one of the trains got bombed, because they put bombs around the tracks and blew the train up and then blamed it on each other and then went to war over it. And that was how Japan were able to take over that area of Manchuria, which then later would lead to their what they did in World War II. Anyway, I am very historically knowledgeable because I did history at school. And we learnt about the Russian Empire, so can say this is in my memory somewhere. So I'm going to say I think I'm right. And if I'm wrong, then I'm mixing up with another event, but I'm like 95% certain. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his Koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
Hmm? A veritable phantom thief you are.
I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it at a later date. Silence. Stunning. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time? Well, Miss Brett.
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us.
I just dropped another magnet. Oh, wait, no, I didn't drop the magnet. Awesome. I just knocked it. Oops, that's fine.
How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentleman please be excused, Your Excellency?
Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Ah, you see, that's what you think, but it's not.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it?
Well,
Oof. Oof. And for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork? It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
very well. Now that all the questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And good day. That face is going to get me every time he pulls it throughout the whole game.
Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming.
Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't work out exactly why, but something she said jarred me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up.
If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. I think it was a bit about the eating with the knife and fork. Sorry? You can fake me later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Ouch, he looks like he's fallen asleep.
Wait, Miss Brett.
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? Sheer nonsense that such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Well, I would like to say, that knife and fork was used, yet that was bitten into and not cut. So, explain that one. Which means, hiding a coin under the steak is something you wouldn't do, then why is it under this one if it's meant to be your one? Tell me more, Miss Brett. Yes, I'm right. What she said there was definitely a contradiction. I'm going to need evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's truly words are contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it? I believe that's the photo. I think actually it's just the plate of steak. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Does something about this steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten.
Yeah.
I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett.
Notice what exactly, Counsel?
Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at this steak, and particularly the edge where it's been eaten. That's one big old chomp. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
Ah!
Oh!
Ah!
It looks like Miss Brett has realised something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
But what is your actual point? Perhaps a delightful bit of...
Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Oh, of course, it will all be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured about it.
I've heard enough, you irritating little spectacled samurai relic.
Of course. Dear lady.
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She'd realised the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this?
That I do.
Yes, now, at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Wait, everything?
Yes, I believe these barbaric teeth marks in the stake here amount to the conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase? Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so racist and so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. Because I am. Son of a bitch. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought about the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. My voice. This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already. Can't you see you've been streaming for 4 hours, 45 minutes and 59 seconds? And you say that that evidence has been yet brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it. Yeah, there... I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit that piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Bang. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request to the defense at the trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the trace? It would be the inspector who said he had 2 stakes. Bang. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the stakes with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Osa told the court the following. I'd enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak. As well as admitting to stealing Kotakuta's Sans coin, he told us that he'd slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still, I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentlelady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the stake that this detective submitted as evidence earlier was, in fact, Sergeant Nosa's meal. But that makes no sense! The plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have the opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly, you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the 2 steaks over? Yep. Yep. I am. Yeah, and what? And of it. Oh. Ouchie, did you just realise? You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, the, bang. When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable. However, fear not, prosecutor son. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
Bang. So, if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table? Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence you had taken both. A poor mask. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. Oh, the music. Oh, the music. What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat can't have the slightest bearing on the case. No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Just thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe that the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, will you show the evidence to the court? Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Ooh. I do believe we are at the very end of the case now, everybody. So thank you so much for watching along so much so far. We are almost there at the end of case 1-1. But please, stick with me. Sorry for keeping you. Would that be the other steak cut properly with the blood on the plate? Please, feel free to examine it. Oh, there's no need. But the bloodstain, it's clearly visible, look!
Yes!
Thank you for the rose, Willow. Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the other side of the plate shows at the moment that the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Ah! It can't be! In fact, the only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front, I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Josiah Brett. It's you! Oh no, the Akira white flashes are back. Oh, it's breakdown time. Outdone by a Japanese. Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no! Yeah! Yeah, I ain't holding that note. The swans are but very aggressive creatures. Oh, Ace Attorney's so goofy. Oh man. Oh, dearie me. Please, excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behaviour for an English gentleman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett. This is a video game of all time. Oh, yes it is. I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using Kurara. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. I've just realised the whole first case of death is related to a British person having bad teeth. It's so peak. It's Tuesday, innit? Oh my gosh, it's actually Tuesday as well. That's hilarious. So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water because Kurara is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see that the professor take one little tiny sip of the water and it would all be over. I would place a steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralysed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan in the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man? I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Grare in my handbag and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right, there were 2 guns. Yes. And then I had finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which was presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, we needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd been picked up the gun. Cool. Oh dear, goodness me. Take a sip of my drink. So, there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. Ads coming in 5 minutes? Nuh-uh, no they're not. I'm snoozing them. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Well, well, well. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be. Takesuchi Aochi does not lose. Not unlike this rookie student. You'd better start getting used to such tough opposition. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? Yes? This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. The future is now, old man. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. And like that, his samurai top knot is sliced off. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Bro's entire existence is an insult to his own family? Exactly. Oh man. And he's also a like a relative from the past of a future of an Ace Attorney character. You'll recognize, you just need to play the games and you'll immediately go, oh, that makes sense. Because it's like so blatantly obvious. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth in a modern methodology. After all, it has seemed only a short few decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. The Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. Remember him being the tutorial boss of the first game? Yeah, exactly. They're from the same family. You are correct. I feel sure that the science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. And that is why he always loses. Because his family's clan shall be remembered like that for 1,000 years. There you go. A new future of law awaits, but what it would look like I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Osogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on your journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo... Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. At the wide-eyed, shocked look again. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. I am now but an innocent man, and Ouchie still looks shocked. Oh, so good. Court is now adjourned. Bang. Down comes the gavel. November 22nd, 2:46 PM, Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber 5. Yippee yet again, yippee! I can't believe it, I can't believe what happened. I made it! I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off, congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you, thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place from Yume University Street, don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, it was Sato. Congratulations to the both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for the result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report, Miss Brett, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Oh, yes, of course. Professor Mikatoba. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Sato Mikatoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Speaking of Mikatoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Friend? Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikatoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now, besides. It's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Watch and learn, my boys. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I will learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Japanese man's katana is his soul. Blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? Josiah Brett, I mean, after all, she's guilty of murder. Ah yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Josiah Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. But what? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Oh, Hosonaga. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? Then who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't involve a consular court just like that. Oh, aren't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance to her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. Obviously trying to take in this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, the new era heralded by a start of the 20th century. One day I have no doubt that the woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, may I suggest Le Carnival? As a head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. Like my tuberculosis. La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you. So, Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. Really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something's kept occurring to me over and over again during the trial. I couldn't help thinking that you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. You have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat. I never want to go through any of that again. I just did what you told me to, that's all, because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. You know what the most crucial weapon is any lawyer needs to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. Believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. Oh, wrong word. Wrong voice. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth, but you have to make a choice about what to believe in, and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner, but being able to remain faithful to what you chose, to believe in even then, well, that's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, you face some seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it through your own efforts. That's because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. Oh, and as the trial is just wrapping up, we're almost at an end. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favour, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Dr. Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you, we'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end.
Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Sato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hasn't managed to ask me his favour of me yet. Little did I realise he played a huge part. He's my GOAT. True, he preserved the stakes. He is the GOAT. Little did I realise I want him more. How much it would change my day. My life even. End trial. Case 1-1 is finished. Save your current progress. Oh yes, I shall. And we shall return next week for episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Investigation Part 1. Oh goodness. Righty. Let's wrap up stream then, shall we? Oh, that was fun. Just finished an art-related project too, so we are both finished. Nice! Good timing, good timing. Oh, goodness me. And like that, I shall turn off my PlayStation. There we go, and let's conclude tonight's stream. Thank you for coming and enjoying. This will return next week on Monday for Case 1-2, The Adventure of the Speckled Band. And then next stream will be tomorrow when we're going to start Neptunia Victory 2. So I hope you are looking forward to that because it's going to be fun. Oh, goodness. On that sense, I shall say thank you for joining and have a good evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time it may be for you. See, I'm glad you enjoyed it. My voice is very shot and I shall be resting it until tomorrow's stream. Just like I did after Papyrus's voice. Oh, Ouchie's voice really hurt my throat. I'm so glad that I don't think there's going to be any characters I'm going to need to put a voice on like that for Neptunia. Especially with there being some voice acting, so yay! On that note, see you later. Bye-bye. Bye, 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 bye. Adios. Take care of yourselves. Bye.